Yeah, I wanted to do another stream to kind of make up for the lack of streaming for the past week or so. Okay. And also figured I'd work on another adopt character. There we go. I was like, I can't see you. I think there's an original here. Yeah, here she is. Original isn't that much different. Hello. Yeah, I'm having a good Sunday so far. Okay. You know what, I'll try to keep her facing the same direction. I always tend to draw characters from the other side. Oof, hope you're alright. She kind of has like darkish red underneath her eyes, so maybe I'll keep that. Hope you guys are doing alright. This one is it. There we go. Yeah, whatever you need to do to feel better, I suggest you take it. Yeah, she chunky. Well, if you haven't eaten or something, you should eat something. I don't know what you did the night prior. Actually, I kind of want to stay closer to how she's designed, so let's do it this way. But if you really don't feel well, try calling somebody to take you to the doctor. Yeah, you could be just tired. I don't know. Maybe you need to eat something. Drink some water. Ah, I see. Yeah, just do your best to take care of yourself. Big chunky mama bird. Well, I mean, that's what you get if you're not used to having fat ass on your face. Gotta be careful. I'll add in the rest later. I just want to get in her basic head shape. I'm gonna change the eye. I don't like how I did it. Try not to do the whole thing. Let's just tweak this. Dare I ask how many OCs have I adopted now? You know what? Let's find out. And there's still a few that I haven't named yet, so but I'll count them too. So, let me count this half first. Make sure I'm not selecting doubles. This character is technically split into different forms, but I'm just going to count them as one. Did I count you already? No, I didn't. You are all separate characters. Checking. So this batch should be about 18. Now to go check the other ones. So let me get a calculator just so I don't forget. Luckily I named all of these ones so I won't select doubles. Just take a moment. And like a lot of these have like different outfits, so I'm trying not to select those. One of them I got had like a colored version, but then I guess they got rid of that and so they gave me a black and white one, but luckily I saved the color one that they had as an example, so whenever I color the character I can use that for the reference. Some of these I probably didn't need to get because they were more using a base, and I was kind of like, you're using a base, why? But that's okay, I can make do with it. Almost done. Oops, wrong one. Luckily a lot of these I can pass over. Double check before I count them. Get all these. I'm in the ends. Now, this one I know I didn't need, but I got it as a favor. And some of these were given to me. Oh yeah, I'm gonna use you for Vor in the future. Oh wait, you're they're the same character. Some of these I definitely want to make for cards pretty soon, which is why I'm trying to crack through some of these. Some of these are the same character, so I'm trying to only pick their initial forms. Luckily I named them. Wait, didn't I get you already? No, that was a different thing. Okay. Almost done. I'm at the bottom. Okay, in this section, Jesus. Okay, assuming I counted them all right, I have 239. Oh, hydrate. Sorry, I was counting. Yeah, I got some water. Let me go back up, make sure I didn't miss anything. I plan to go bigger. Where's Jam? Time during episode how if Becky fell into a barrel of cider, she'd probably drink a good chunk of that. Came in on Fat Parrot Bird. Yeah, she chicken. So yeah, assuming I counted right, there's 239. And knowing me, I like having round numbers. So, assuming that number is correct, I would like to get one more to round it out. But that's assuming I even counted correct, so I might recount later, just to be sure. So yeah, kinda don't need any more. I mean, that's just me assuming that I don't need any more. You're gonna be fun to figure out. So let's see. It's like I'm trying to retain some parts of her that were fluffy. Actually, I might want to go for the softer approach. So instead of showing individual feathers, I think I just want to keep the fluffiness. Kind of like a big giant marshmallow. I know. Oh, no. The 239 are adopted characters. That's not even counting my characters. My characters is well over 300 that I've had since high school. I don't even know how many I have now. And not all of them are even on my drive. A good chunk of them are in my old folders and stuff. Okay, so up here, she has like this line going on here. So maybe I want to get the initial head shape first. But yeah, I've been mixing my characters along with the adopted characters in terms of, like, you know, characters meeting up with each other and stuff. Pull back out. So yeah, if I were to count all of my characters and all of the OCs that I have, or the adopted characters, that'd be a pretty big number. Let's go back here. This is gonna be fun. I always have a rough time drawing the character for the first time, because I have to, like, figure out where everything goes. Should have known you have over 239. Yes, I can clap with one hand. I always laugh when people, when that came out, I was like, oh, you can't clap with one hand. I'm like, yeah, I can. I figure most people could, actually. That's fine. Nah, it's gotta be a lot thinner than that. It's mostly just figuring out where the person who originally made her put everything. And then I might have to take some creative liberties myself, just so it all makes sense to me. Because I don't want to lose any details that I liked. What was interesting is when I adopted this one, like, she had the artwork that was posted, but then the creator took the time to take her line art and kind of clean it up, and then made, like, a flat version, which is the one that we're looking at right now. So, and they didn't even have to do any of that, but they took the time to do that for me, so that was nice. I just gotta take my time with this one, because she's got some fluff to her. She's like a big old marshmallow. The idea I had for this character would be, like, she lives in, like, the countryside, or, like, kind of like in the middle of nowhere, and I was thinking of, like, having, like, a predator based character, or semi cannibal, or maybe he was a cannibal, Spotter, and he gets this big idea. It's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna, you know, kidnap her and cook her or whatever. But then when he tries to, like, sneak in, he gets caught by her. But she just thinks that he's all, like, you know, looking for a place to stay or looking for food and all that, and she gets all super wholesome and just brings him in and then just cooks, like, a shit ton of food for him and stuffs the hell out of him. Just big mama bird. And she just kind of keeps him. She's like, no, you can't go back out there. And he's all like, I've made a grave mistake. Kind of like the situation in Tom and Jerry Kids, where Jerry's, was his mom or grandma? I want to say it was his mom. Shows up and starts stuffing the hell out of Tom. Kind of like that. That's the idea I have for this one, at least. I don't know. Maybe it'll change over time. I see the mistake I've done. Yeah, her mouth doesn't exactly line up with her eyes. So let's fix that. Because that way, when I put in the white, it'll match. There we go. And maybe she'll have she'll ramble on with stories about herself while she's cooking food, and she's like, "Oh, I have many kids," and she shows just walls on walls of pictures of her chicks, and the characters is oh god. Yeah, she just makes them a feast. And then even when he's full, she's like, "No, you're all skin and bones." And she crams more food into his mouth. Step things up. I'm almost done with the Black Circus page. I just gotta do the shading and effects. And dialogue, of course. Dialogue doesn't usually take too long, it just kind of depends on placement. Sorry in advance if the stream crashes. I figure I'd say that now. I don't think it will, because it's been doing okay. But just in case. There we go. Alright. Honestly, I think getting past her head is the biggest challenge. Because I think after this is drawn, the rest of her should be easy. But kind of taking my time. Yeah, I want it to be more round. Yeah, because there's another character who's similar to this one that I have planned as well, who's basically the opposite. Where, well, not entirely the opposite, where basically it's almost the same scenario where another character comes across them and they're starving, but the other character's a big croco mom, and her idea is that she was going to stuff the character and then prepare them to eat, but then she ends up falling, going into mom mode for the character, and so she ends up stuffing them like silly, and then when her boys come home from, swamp fishing or whatever the fuck they're doing, they want to eat the character, but then she's like, no one lays a finger on him, and they're like, wait, what? So yeah, and I don't know, maybe these two live close, but not enough to spot each other. Maybe the same region or something. So I could probably put them both in one comic. That's double stories. Just big old southern moms. Oh yeah, she does have a fat toe. I can't show her on stream though, because she doesn't have clothes. And she doesn't, neither does this one, but the other one's boobs or nips are showing. I'd have to blank the screen for a moment to show what she looks like. And then cover her up, of course. But that's okay, you don't need to see her. We're working on this one. Okay, hold on. Let me blank the screen for a moment and then cover her up. No. Where are you? Capture. Ah, here it is. Oh yeah, have Yorjadov's bio up. Because I didn't have a picture of a close-up of her. Open. Put you over here. Pull out. Let me cover the hell out of you. Like, I'm not kidding, she is not covered. One more. Just make sure there's nothing else here. Okay. Let me turn this back on. So, I guess I put this over here. So, here's the other one. She big thick. So yeah, I could totally see these two just like being the opposites of each other, like with different intentions. But they basically just do the same shit. So yeah. And granted, I could have made my own Croc character, but I was like, I'll adopt this one, fuck it. Support the artist type of situations. So yeah, she big mama. Alright, you take your time. So yeah, in the future, I'll probably put these two in like one comic set or something like that, whatever the case may be. And do not save. So yeah. So yeah, many ideas, just a matter of time. I might look into trying to do shorter story format, so that way, one, I'm not dragging things out, and two, I can get through a chunk of stories and characters. But in those cases, those comics will... I mean, I'm already going to do that, so they're just going to be in black and white. I don't want this too big. You know, this would probably help if I drew the rest of her first before I start adding feathers, but you know what? I'm already committed at this point. Whatever I need to fix, I will fix them later. Gotta go do laundry too. So yeah, there's probably some parts that I'm not being very accurate with. But I'll get better, and I can always adjust it once I get the basics done. So yeah, I'll just rough all this out, and then I can clean it up a little later. Yeah, and again, it's mostly because I didn't make the character, so I'm like trying to put together the flow. And obviously, their art style is a lot more loose than mine. But I probably could have solved most of it if I had taken my time more. Like for the shoulders here. You know, I should have just probably did the main body first before adding in the ruffles. Or the ruffles and frills and all that, but... and feathers. But I can always clean it up if I don't like it. Okay, let me bring her reference up on this screen, because she has her arms out. Okay. Probably won't put her in the same pose, but I definitely want her wings to be showing. Yeah, it's just because, you know, there's a lot of information that's being hidden. And honestly, let me just do this, because it makes no sense to bitch about it and not do something about it. So I'm just gonna erase all this. This part is okay, so I'm just gonna leave that. But let me just, you know, do her body, and then I can add in the rest after the fact. So let's give her gigantic melons. I'm going to be having her stand, so that way she can show more chub. And she got some thick legs. Yeah. Like, after things smooth out over here, then I'll start pushing out the other comic stuff that I wanted to do. Just this month in particular was very eventful. For numerous reasons. The fun part is going to be figuring out how her arms are going to work. They kind of look like normal arms at first before they go into wings. So I'll do this and then do the rest of it as a wings later. But it's not really about feeling it, it's just a lot's happened, so it's been slowing me down a lot. And then having to get things ready for like taxes and other real life shit that I gotta do. Just annoyances, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, once all that clears up, I can get back to my schedule and start pushing things out again. But I'll do what I can. That's the main idea, at least. And we're probably not going to do that line, so just get rid of that. Should be chunky. just tweak things as I go. Yeah, I need to stop pressuring myself so much. So, I'm working on that. Or not exactly pressuring myself, but just being harsh on myself for no reason. Things will get done when they get done. I'll probably adjust things more. Smooth out her arm. I'm trying to keep into account that I'm gonna put her feathers back on her neck. You didn't expect me to make her tummy bigger? It's probably gonna be bigger than this. Shit. These are a lot of what I'm doing is just placeholder shit. And plus I want a big thick chicken mom, so of course she's gonna be hefty. Like I want her to be like an older woman who's already had her family, but all of her family's like, you know, scattered off, like husband's probably passed away or something. So she's kind of like living on her own. And so when some, I don't know, I'm just going to say wolf for the sake of context, or for the sake of story. Let's just say like a wolf has come to, you know, oh, I'm going to eat this chicken woman. Because, you know, they live in like some area where that kind of thing is probably more apparent than casual areas. Or like, you know, cities and shit. And so he's all gets the bright idea, like, oh, I'm gonna eat this chicken woman or whatever. But then she sees him, and he's like, oh my god, you poor thing, and starts stuffing the shit out of him. So. Yes, bigger. So, she's like a more experienced woman. And even if she had to deal with him trying to eat her, I'm pretty sure she'd be able to be capable of defending herself. Probably just sit on him. Or hell, turn him in the stew, who knows? Who knows what she'd be willing to do if she needed to. Proper corn-fed chicken woman. I don't know, could probably show her like working like a farm all by herself. Since nobody's around anymore. Or at least, you know, people have moved away and started their own families and stuff. So, just show that she's capable on her own. Give her some feathers on her shoulders. Give her a little bit of fluff. But yeah, this is all placeholder shit until I get the rest of her nailed down. Because right now I'm not even happy with her belly. And I have the bad habit of drawing characters in the middle of the page. Does she speak like Foghorn? Nah. She might have like the typical southernness, but I won't say she sounds like that. Big D does though. From Black Circus. Okay, so we don't even have her feet, so I'm gonna have to make shit up at this point. But first, I want it thicker. Give her giga thighs. Yeah, so it's like her belly could probably go like a little bit more outward or something. And then we'll still have her crotch. Ah, I'll figure it out once I iron everything out. And like if I was gonna give her clothing, she'd probably just have like overalls that don't really hide the imagination too much. No, drawing in the middle is not bad, it's just like, luckily I'm doing this on computer, but sometimes I don't account for space, so like I'll be drawing a character and then realize I'm at the bottom of the page and I don't have enough room for like their legs or something. It's just a bad habit. I just need to start drawing higher up in the page so that way I have enough room. I think it's mostly just because I start from a certain point, but it's just something I need to work on not doing, or not ignoring. And I want to emphasize on this a bit more, so let's see what I can do. Grab all this. I want this to be a little bit lower. So that way her boobs look more like they're resting on her belly. Welcome back. Give her like a sundress. Yeah, but I can see her like overalls for her if she's like if she has like a farm or gardening that she has to tend to. Because you know she probably grows her own food. But yeah, like when she's being casual, she'll probably wear like a dress that's a little too short for her now. Because living alone, she probably hasn't noticed that she's put on a few since her younger days. And even if she has noticed that she's put on weight, she's like, eh, she probably doesn't mind it. She'd probably be like, eh, a little extra meat never hurt. And she probably just watches the television on her off days, or maybe goes to town, takes a walk to town or something. You know, whatever clears the boredom. Every once in a while speaks to family. Okay, so now I got moves to this, I can re-add her fluff. There we go. Yeah, this is much better. Sometimes I just gotta do my own thing, not try to follow every line. I mean, I should be doing my own thing. I'm the one that's going to be using the character. And like, if I made a card of this character, she'd probably have food-related effects. I'm not sure if she'd be better than Skylar's effects, or just as good. I'll have to take a look at all the food-based cards I've made so far and see where she can fit in. And there's nothing wrong with like making characters with similar effects. Just give them reasons to want to have more. Because like, even if you had two cards that did the exact same thing, that just means you have more cards with the exact same effect to utilize. She's an egg cannon. She's the type that sings in the Thibault choir. If she was in the Thibault choir, then she probably would. Put some fluff on her chest. Just to kind of open the idea that she has feathers on her body. Let's tighten this up a bit. There we go. Go ahead and like ruffle here. Whipped cream would taste good on those chicken breasts. If she was hearing that from like people nowadays, she'd be flattered. Cause she's like, oh goodness, I haven't been spoken to like that since my husband. So she'd probably be amused of the talk. Updated version. No, I haven't. At least I don't think I have. I'll have to look at it a little later. Big old chicken thighs. Oh, I'm still on DeviantArt, or on Discord. Keep forgetting to turn that off when I'm streaming, but luckily it goes into silent mode when I stream. Okay, not sure how much of her crotch I'll be showing, because I'll probably put some fluff down there. But for now, it'll be a placeholder. So next, let's work on her legs. Don't forget to save. Oh, I might have seen it at one point then, because I usually look at every channel that has an update on it. Okay, so she has wings on her thighs, or at least more feathers. So let's get that out of the way. It's almost like a built-in skirt. But I'm not going to have it cover too much of her. It's a little too thin. Let's make it a little bit more rounded. So I'll do some initial ones like this, and then round out the others. So yeah, something like this. They don't have to be even, they just have to be round. Trying to make some of them not consistent. Need to be more loose. I just need to draw shapes. Not worry so much about being perfect on it. Do I have a Discord? Yes, I do. Usually people who donate to the Patreon get a link to it, and then you just have it. Like, you don't have to like pay every month or anything like that. It's just you're in after that point. Let's round this out a bit more. It's a little too straight. Let's round her curves. And then this could do that. There we go. And then just do the same thing on this side. Let's see, it's about here. So yeah, won't go too overboard. I'll be honest, I have no idea where some of these names come from that I've given them. Because some of them I make up on the spot, just in my head, and then others I like take references from like other languages and just throw them together. Because her name is Anneth Gacibbaw. God damn it! Let me copy her name so you can see what I wrote it as. This is her name. Again, I just pick whatever sounds cool. I don't exactly intend on speaking the words. Oh, I'm horrible with names. Especially if I'm making like over 300 plus characters, and me remembering all of their names is going to be a pain in the ass. Gacibbaw. Yeah, it's probably Gacibbaw. It's either Gaz or Gacibbaw. Or Gacibbaw, I don't know. Whatever. If she ever exists in real life, she'll let us know. It's like, it's pronounced this. And I was like, oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Her feathers are a little bit more rounded, huh? Since all of her is rounded, we might as well make these rounder. Well, I don't need to do that one, I don't think, but the rest should be rounder. Because if the majority of her feathers are round, then there's no reason these wouldn't. I know, right? It's kind of like the character Titus from Final Fantasy X. I pronounce it as Titus because there's a comedian that I listen to named Titus. But then in Kingdom Hearts, when that came out, because like in Final Fantasy X they never say the main character's name because you can rename him. But when Kingdom Hearts came out, they pronounced his name Titus. And I was just kind of like, what? And I was like, huh, so his name is pronounced Titus. I'm just going to keep calling him Titus. Yes, I'll be wrong the entire time, but that's me. Or like in King of Fighters, you have a character whose name is written like this. And it's like, what the hell do you do with that? And then you realize that his name is K-Dash. That's how you pronounce his name. And at first I thought his name was just K, and that was it. Yeah, I like the old RPGs where they never refer to the main character by their name. Or there's like some RPGs where you can rename the entire cast. And because it's in text form, they just, you know, speak the text name. Like, there's no voice acting. Well, might as well make this one all fluffy. Feels a little better when I do it manually. There we go. So I think her thighs should be a little bit bigger than this. There we go. she's pretty much still fluffy all over, so I'll have to do that once I draw her legs. I'd say she has some strong legs. I mean, she's gonna have to have strong legs if she's gonna be living by herself. But yeah, like, if I do the story with her and the Predator character, he's gonna be all looking at her going like, oh, look at those chicken thighs, and like, dang, those could feed for weeks. And he comes up with this whole plan on how to get the drop on her and all that, and then the moment he tries, he messes up immediately, and she catches him. But then her first thought is, oh my god, your skin and bones, here, come in. And he's like, wait, what? And like, she's more interested in talking to him. Give her chubby chicken thighs. Psycho's Bob steps on Rick. That joke was always funny. Might readjust things in a bit. Let's see, you're about here. Would you give her chicken gut a proud smack every now and then? Probably. Depends on whatever story she's telling. Actually, let's thicken this up more. Put it down here. Like, I could totally see, like, a conversation where the Predator character's like, oh, are you sure, you should be making so much food? And she's like, oh, don't worry, there's plenty, I have plenty, and then she pats her belly, probably saying, like, I've certainly had enough, I have more than enough myself. And then in his mind, in his mind, he'd probably be like, ain't that the truth? Just looking at how big and thick she is. Yeah, she's the talkative type. And then I don't like the way I'm doing this, so let's fix this. Starters, this should be a little bit higher up. Let's see. Yeah. Just a little bit higher. And then this would probably be wider. Yeah, like, if she's by herself, she'll probably just cook to keep herself from being bored, which is why she's gotten so hefty. But if she has a guest over, which will be the Predator character, she hasn't had anybody over in ages, and because of how thin he is, she'll just keep chatting and cooking and feeding him, and he just gets overstuffed. And he just passes out from eating so much. And then she's like, oh, look at him, he's sound asleep. And then, I don't know, probably either tucks him in at the dinner table, like just gets like a big blanket to cover him with. And, like, I don't know, maybe the end of the comic will just be like, oh, I'll make sure to make him a nice big dessert once he wakes up, or some shit like that. Or, like, comes up with another dish idea to feed him. And that would probably be the end. Have another topping back here. She probably would make her own alcohol for, like, a special occasion. Could see her getting a little tipsy. I probably wouldn't even give him a chance to say anything in terms of whether or not he stays or not. It just ends with him just being fed to sleep. And she enjoys the company, and then that's about the end of it. We just don't know his fate after that. better to leave the imagination to the reader. I'll just give her a big fluff down here. Some nice big chicken fluff. Make it a little bit rounder. Oh yes, like cooking would be definitely her pastime. But nah, I don't see her shacking up with anyone. Because she's already she already has her family and stuff, and her late husband. So yeah, I think she's just the type where she just keeps herself occupied. Give her a belly button, because why not? And add a little bit of feathers here. So that way her tummy looks a little fluffy. Oops. That's probably the thing going like, hey, you still listening? Like, yes, I am. There we go. I hate it when it does that. I wonder if there's a setting to tell it to stop doing that. Probably is. But I'll mess around with that later. Actually, let's do it this way. Yeah, I think folding it in would be better. Because that was my initial thought, but now I was like, I don't know. And then it just depends, because like I was thinking of it having to be forward like that, but I think because she kind of has it, the way her arms are, it's kind of more humanoid. Because you got the shoulder, and then the part of the muscle here and all that. But it could go backwards to be like a regular chicken arm. And she's not a ferricine. Yeah, you know, let's give that a shot. Because I don't do that often enough for certain characters. I just have to account to where it is in space. Actually, I don't think that would work for her in particular, because of how this arm is. I would have to change it up. Well, guess that just depends on how bird wings function. Because they fold back, but then they can also spread out, so meh. I guess it just depends on how dexterous they are. Yeah, I think I'll just keep it humanoid for the time being. So if I make a character that does have regular bird arms, then then I can take that into account easier. But for now, I think I'll do it this way. And is this over? No, it is not. It's just taking its sweet time to rev up. But yeah, because bird arms do that. Because, I mean, obviously this depends, but like, because you normally get like this, so it would curve backwards to, you know, have the full folding thing. But because, you know, she's in this fantasy world, she'd likely be able to use her feathers to like pick things up and shit like that. Kind of like how Kiwi has her arms. Well, Kiwi's is more humanoid, but I can't see any reason for this character to not be able to do the same. And, you know, because I can just say she can. It's like, alright, what's the difference between wings and fingers? Like, I don't know. Not much. Not much difference. Let's see. Judging from how this is, trying to account for certain folds. I could totally see her like trying to get ingredients for something, and he still tries to go with his plan of trying to capture and eat her, but he just ends up causing her to like fall, and she just sits right on him. But it's not like a oh my god, she's so fucking heavy type of thing. It's more like, oh wow, she is very comfortable. And he feels all warm and toasty, but then, you know, she gets up going like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And he's like, no, it's fine. Yeah, see, the hard part is figuring out how her arms are. So I think, based on the artwork, she'd have normal arms, but then they eventually become the whole feathery part. I just gotta work that in. Because they'd probably be normal, but then become feathery after a certain point. Because the way I'm thinking is like she has her arm like this, but then it'll eventually become the whole wing-like state. So it kind of just blends into it. So I'll have to just adjust to it. And it might be tweaking to this side too, just so they work better. Actually, this would be more like this. And this side. Let's get the normal arm here. And then work its way. There we go. That's better. So that one's pointed, the rest aren't. It's one of those situations that because I'm sticking with how her arms are, I have to like rethink some of her. Because if I gave her normal hands, then this obviously wouldn't be a big deal. But I'm trying to like retain that she has wings. And it's probably not as difficult as it seems. I'm probably just making it look hard. Something like that. Yeah, her giving a hug would be nice. The scenario I was talking about though was like if she accidentally fell and then sat on him with her gigantic ass. Her big fluffy butt. And you know, she's a chicken, so that would be a warm and comforting experience. Adding some more fluff to her. Because, you know, she's got them childbearing hips. And she probably makes a living selling eggs every once in a while. I could see her going skinny dipping. Since she lives by herself and there's like nobody around. She like goes to like a nearby lake and just skinny dips. Yeah, it doesn't really matter where I put the fluff. It doesn't have to be consistent on this part. Out a little bit. Thin out some of these lines. And I think her foot looks a little too small. Let's get rid of this one. Let's put this one more in the middle. Lastly is her tail. Let's move her over a bit. feathers a bit. There we go. That looks alright. And kinda wanna tweak her eyes a little bit. These are a little bit more pointed. Here's silly. Fix this a little bit. Round out some of her points a little bit more. Round those out more. I don't think I need these lines. There we go. I mean, if Plum was cool with it, he probably would. He's a degenerate. Well, Plum probably wouldn't care. He probably just asked Apricot just to make sure Apricot was cool with it, which she wouldn't care either. cleaning up some spots here and there. Okay. Let's see. Kind of just looking over some areas. Some of this is probably not even gonna need cleaning, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I better stop before I do this forever. Alright, next to coloring. So I think she looks alright so far. Big thick chicken mom. Okay, so next will be her coloring. And then the extra stuff like the browns and stuff, like in, well, I guess I could just add it into her line art. It would make things a little easier. No, because there's some parts I want to keep without lines, like the head. So I think I'll just add the line art to spots that don't interact with her head. So we'll just do it on the legs. This is more of a artistic choice rather than a necessity. And she has these other colors on the tips. Attention to where the feathers meet. So probably something like that. Let's make them a little rounder. Oops. Thank you. I'm trying. Because I'm trying to because I with the adopted characters, I'm trying to both draw them in my style, but not sacrifice what made them appealing in the first place to me. Which is the hard trade-off, because it's like, I obviously I can't copy a person's style. I mean, I probably could, but it would take a lot of time to learn. But, and, it would be very inconsistent if I kept doing that for all the characters. But, there's drawing it my way and then still retaining what I liked about the character in the first place that made me want to adopt them. I don't like how I did that. There we go. So yeah. And it helps that once I draw them the first time, it gets easier to draw them later. Because then I can see what the hell I did. Okay, so let's start here. Yeah, so it's pretty much just adapting them to how I do things. And then retaining what I liked. Most of the time, it's the eyes. The eyes and sometimes the outfits that sell the characters to me. And then, like, you know, whatever other visual appeal that they have. But that's usually what makes me want to retain what I liked about them. So I try to keep, like, the eyes at the, like, the eyes in the face and all that. Which is why I wanted to keep hers as best as I could. Like, I could probably tweak her eyes just a little bit more because I think they're more narrow in the original. So I might do that. Because I think the eyes that I have are a little bit more square. So let's take a look at that before I do anything else. Yeah, like hers are a little bit more narrow. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the colors. So yeah, let me just tweak her eye just a little bit more. Because, like, see, her eyes are a little bit more narrow. It's almost like, because the way people have described the way I do eyes are like bedroom eyes. So she kind of has that in the original. So I want to keep that. And, like, they're also a little rounded. And I might just keep the single eyelash. If I do add more, I'll make them smaller. Just fix this a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks nicer. Let's fix her eyebrow. Just give her smaller eyebrows. Bedroom eyes? You know, like when a woman acts more alluring, you know, to get you in the sack. Like, come on. You know, like they look at you like this. Try to get you in the mood type of thing. Probably flutters her eyes a little. I had a friend who kept doing that to me. I was such a goddamn simp before simps was even a term. But yeah, back in the day, I had a friend who would flutter her eyes at me. Like this. Yeah, she would do that. Those are the days. She had a nice ass though, so I ain't complaining. Mouth is fine. Tweak this a little. See, now I'm trapped. I'm in the hole. Now I'm trying to make fixes that I probably don't need to make. It's mostly just because I'm trying to make it match as best as possible. That probably accomplished nothing, but whatever. Alright. This looks nicer. Once I add in the other effects and all that, then we'll get closer to finishing it up. Okay. So here's Big Mama Chicken. Think I've done everything necessary to her. Can add some fluff over here just to connect her arms. Nothing major. There we go. Okay. So you're Big Chicken Mom. I want to visit this bird and never leave. Right? I don't know. I just ended up having a lot of female friends. Most of my friend group are women. Don't know why or how that got that way, but it just did. Okay. So, did everything I needed to do for that. So now we just need to color her. I have like 3 or 4 guy friends that I hang out with. Technically more if I count like fighting gang groups, but I'm talking about like on a regular basis. But no, majority of my friends are women. Did all that, got that. Make sure I get some of these. Some of these I can probably ignore. I'll ignore them until I need to pay attention. Okay. That is not what we were looking for. There we go. I probably put off a lot of feminine energy, probably. would make a lot of sense. What the hell color is this? It's not on the chart. They missed the color for the tips of the feathers. Unless no, it's not the same. Yeah, it's not on the list. Oh well. This is why I mostly go off of the colors of the actual character rather than following this, unless I actually need it. Okay, so put this in a folder. That's the fact that I'm using Becky as my avatar. For the longest time, I was using Foxclaw as my avatar. Then I was using Viro. Then I used Becky because I just wanted to. So it kind of just happened. But even before Becky, I had a lot of female friends, so that doesn't really explain much. But then again, dressing up like a skull cat maid probably doesn't help my case either. So whatever. I do what I want. Is your eyes the same color as your... Yes, it is. So yeah, step 1 to getting more female friends. Dress up like a woman. I don't know. Or dress up in a maid outfit, I should say. Fetch me tea, little maid. Bitch, I am not on the clock right now. And if I was, I would not be speaking. Because I don't... When I wear that outfit, I don't speak at all. So kind of... Well, one, I would usually wear it for Halloween. So it adds to the whole creepiness to it. And then second, it confuses the hell out of people. Because they keep mistaking me as a woman. Because I don't say anything. Plus, I'm wearing a corset and other things, so... It adds to the illusion. And plus, last Halloween, somebody paid me to scare people while I was in that outfit, and all I did was just nod when they asked me if I'd do it, and they slipped me like $13, so I was like, cool. And I didn't feel like putting the $13 in my bunny purse that I had, so I just put it in my top. And so when one of my friends came back because they were trick-or-treating with their kids, she asked me if I was alright just hanging out where I was, and I just pulled out the money from my top, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, I made money." Oh wow, 50th anniversary of Charlotte's Web. That's fucking crazy. Exactly, gotta dress for success. So I dressed up as a maid and made some money. My friend was like, "What the fuck? Why did you make money?" I was like, "I don't know. What's your excuse?" It's like, "Cause I'm fat, cause I'm awesome. What's your excuse?" Yes. Stop turning off my audio. I'm sure there's an option that keeps it from doing that. Need me in a haunted house. Somebody's asked me if I'd ever do haunted houses, and I'm like, probably, but it depends on the occasion. Or not occasion, but like, you know, depends on the location of where it is and all that. And then I don't eat when I wear my costumes because I don't want to have to go to the restroom. So I like I don't know, 2-3 hours before I go, alright, get dressed up or whatever, I'll probably eat something. But then after that point, I don't eat at all for the rest of the day. This is the color I'm looking for, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, like that scene was a given when it came out, or when that movie came out. And again, was that even a necessary thing to have Templeton do? So obviously people like their fetishes regardless of the media. Okay, for a second there I was like, what am I doing? Because I'm trying to follow where her markings are. And the challenge is making it look good. And it's weird because you have this fluff over here, so that would mean this one kind of wraps around. So let's bring it in here. Might have to take some artistic decisions on my own end. Let's pull this out a bit. Yeah, because it just wraps around. So let's back this up a bit. Bounce. Like, it doesn't exactly match up with this side, so I might have to mix that in myself. So yeah, there, that way it'll fit better. So let's color this in. That reminds me, I'm supposed to start working on a new Sona, or a new character. Femboy sheep named John Woolley Naves. Interesting. So do I, yeah, the way it goes. Yeah, like, they could have just showed him with, like, a big belly to indicate that, you know, he obviously splurged that night. But they went the extra step of showing his entire ordeal. And it was completely unnecessary. Because, I mean, you know, it's a kids movie. It's, you know, I don't even know how far they planned with it when they were making it and stuff like that. But, like, it was totally unnecessary, but they did anyway. So obviously people with their kinks are gonna put their shit in every cartoon possible. There's always one. And granted, it doesn't necessarily have to be a kink. It could just be something people are into. It's like, oh, I like seeing the characters get fat, blah, 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 you know, cartoon logic. But it's always interesting on how often it shows up, and then people question where all this came from. It's like, why are people so into this? And like, have you watched cartoons, like, at all? It's literally in every cartoon. It's been a while since I heard that song, but it was always a fun time watching that scene. And then obviously, due to my personal interests, the aftermath of the song is what I'm interested in. So yep, there's Templeton with his fat gut. And it's all sloshing around and stuff, so I was like, yes, the people who animated this clearly knew what they were doing. I just laughed that the first furry adult cartoon was, or the first cartoon adult film was Fritz the Cat. Or I think it was first furry one, but yeah, it was Fritz the Cat. I got a kick out of that. I was like, yeah, that's funny. Okay, the rest of her is pretty simple. It was mostly just the head that was annoying. Okay, so the rest of her is pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, luckily she doesn't have a lot of markings that are problematic. The harder characters in the future that I have will be the ones that have like ridiculous amounts of textures and markings and stuff like that. It'll be like, fuck, why? Which is why sometimes for some characters I'll have to simplify their designs so that way I can draw them consistently. Because that's what I did with Cookie Rofox. I simplified some of her design. Yeah, like, all that stuff is basically in every cartoon, which is probably why I have my own personal interest in liking them. Because, like, I've seen, like, a lot of it came from, like, Disney cartoons, too. Because, like, they kept doing this with, like, Donald and Goofy, but, like, they would either do, like, water inflation, weight gain, age regression, sometimes the characters getting drunk, sometimes, you know, them getting drugged out. There's that animation of Donald trying to watch porn, but then, like, the machine messes up, and so by the time he fixes it, it shows the female character already undressed and hiding behind a thing saying "the end," and that pisses him off because he didn't get to watch all of his porn. So, like, there's that. There's the pea that the little pea that falls between Daisy Duck's breasts, and Goofy, like, looks at the camera as he goes to try to pick it out, but then the rest of the scene moves on with Donald getting pissed off. So, like, all that stuff is in older cartoons. And so it's just funny where people are like, oh my god, you guys are such an anime. Why do you guys keep thinking about this for cartoon characters? I'm like, they put it in there. It's like, you can't even get mad at us. It's like, the animators intentionally put that shit in cartoons. The only times I could ever say stuff like that was not intended were scenes like in the Rescuers movie, where in the scene where they're flying by the city, there's a window with a woman, with a real life picture of a woman's breasts in the window. And that was unintended because it was back when Disney was pissing off their animators, and so their animators would be throwing in, like, adult stuff just because they knew Disney wouldn't figure it out. So that shit was funny. It was not intended to be in the movie, but it was funny. And, like, the only way you'd notice is if you're paying attention. Like, you'd have to actively look for it. If you're just watching the movie as, like, a kid, you're not even gonna notice. But yeah, like, all that stuff is in older cartoons. So when people ask, oh, how'd you get into this, blah, 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 and it's like, well, I can name off a bunch of cartoons, and there you go. And they'll be like, what, really? I'm like, yep. Rocko's Modern Life had it. Ren and Stimpy was more intentional, because that was more of a lewd cartoon. Obviously, Totally Spies. Oh, I need to separate this real quick. Let's separate this one. Because... oh, I accidentally made a copy. The hell? That is weird. Huh. That's weird. Oh, it didn't even copy. Okay. Copy. Or, no, go back. X. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Because this is more blurred. Because they're trying to mix in the feathers. That's not bad. Let's just keep it this way. Keep it as a 6. I just need to clean up a bit. But yeah, like, very old cartoons would do those jokes quite often. So it kind of made you wonder. I didn't see age regression happen too often, though. Like, it popped up every once in a while in certain cartoons, but wasn't really enough. I think the last time I saw age regression happen was in... not DuckTales. Maybe Yu Yu Hakusho during the tournament arc. I mean, it's been a while. I haven't, like, actively thought about it. There's an instrumental part 2 girl. Oh, that's neat. Well, I'm sure I could find it. Like, usually stuff like that isn't difficult to find. Okay, next. I'll probably make her feet the same color as her beak. Now add into 2 different types of red. Okay, this and this. Let's combine these since they're the same thing. Okay, you go have fun. So, I want the lower ones to be lighter. There we go. And let me just make sure I color these in. And that's when I realized I made a mistake, but you know what? That's okay. Yeah, because I colored her eyes along with the brown. But that's okay. If I want, I can do it this way. Just select those out, put them here, combine, and there we go. There, now I'm in the same layer. Only happy accidents? Yeah, I did a lot of that back in high school and college days, because most of my stuff I would draw in pen. So if I messed up, I kind of just dealt with it. Okay, so your wings are lighter. These tips aren't even on the color thingy. Alright, wings. Do these first. Yeah, and I'll do her feet last. I don't think I did too bad on her. Like, I'm sure she'll look nicer once I do the shading and stuff like that. I think the only part I'm still agonizing over is the face. But that's probably just me. Trying not to let it get in my head too much. It's like, oh no, the mind goblins. Okay. Think I got all of the bits that I need. Oops. Yes. And then we'll just fill in all the missing stuff. And then some of these character designs go by other cartoon logic, where it's like, oh no, these characters are naked, and it's like, no, they're wearing clothing that just so happens to be skin toned, or you know, whatever their fur pattern is. That way, if I want a character to be naked, then they can be naked, and if not, then not. I don't technically have to follow this logic since my series is adult anyway, but in terms of the character art, they'll have that. It's like self-censorship, but not really. Okay, so you're good. Up some of these. Good. Okay. Not sure if I need this line here. I'll take a quick look. Oh, okay, yeah. Thanks. I'll watch them again at some point. Probably after the stream. While I'm working on comic pages and stuff. But thank you. I just gotta be wary what music I play on streams because of copyright nonsense. Luckily, the music I'm playing right now is supposed to be royalty free. Clean up some of this. Alright. Yeah, because I figured the feathers on the sides kind of already explain that her boobs are fluffy. I could maybe put a curve here to sort of emphasize that they're resting on her belly, but I don't think it's totally necessary. Like, let's just do this real quick just to see what it looks like. Like, I'd have to smooth it out more to accommodate for the roundness, but I don't think it's necessary. I'll just leave it. If I want to emphasize on it more, I'll do it in, like, the comic where she's, like, sitting down or something. Thank you. I'm trying. I'm just also trying to clean up some spots. And then I can go to shading. Oh yeah, I still need to do her legs. This. Yeah, her beak isn't on the color wheel thing either. Or on the color chart. But that's okay. Put this here. Just a slightly darker color for the nails. And maybe a little darker than that. There we go. Okay. Kind of looking her over. It's fine. It's just a little bit longer though. Make this one shorter. Little fluff there. Okay, I better stop myself. Alright, so next we'll do the shading. Merge. Put her up here. Oh yeah, you know it would be a really nice idea if I saved. Thank you. There. That way you guys can look at her. Move it over a bit. There. You got some thick chicken while I get my colors. Okay, select you. Turn you black. Color. There we go. Yeah, sometimes I forget to save, so there have been times where I would go hours working on something, and I'd be like, oh yeah, I need to save, and then I glance up and notice that I hadn't saved once, and I'm like, yeah, good thing I noticed now. So sometimes that happens, not all the time, but trying to get better at not doing that. Okay, so yeah, because sometimes, well, when now that my computer's been crashing a lot more lately, now I'm a little bit more mindful of saving, but most of the time I'm just in the zone, so I'll forget to save I'll forget to save every once in a while, but then I'll like I'll stop working on something and be like, oh yeah, I should probably save, and then that's when I usually do it. Luckily for Clip Studio, whenever you haven't saved something, it'll have like a asterisk next to your file to let you know that it hasn't saved yet. So it gives you like a little reminder. Plus you can tell the program to save to make like a backup like every half hour or whatever timer you put it on. So that way if you're the type that forgets to save, it'll save it for you. Or at least save a backup. So at least it's mindful for that. feel this should have just a little bit more. There we go. Because I had it over here, but it didn't really seem like a lot. Let me just see how that looks. Okay, cool. I don't have to change anything. There we go. Like, it'll save it auto saves, but it'll do like a backup save type of thing. Because I think it's trying not to like overwhelm your save files. Because I don't know how it is in Procreate, but like most programs, if you save over the same file too many times, it'll actually make the quality of the file worse. Or well, that's usually when you like save it out as like a JPEG or a PNG and all that. But if you save different versions, it'll keep the quality nicer. Plus, it's better than like in some cases you might have had like a version of your artwork that you thought was better, but if you're constantly saving over the same file, then you might lose the ability to get what you had back. So sometimes it's smarter to make like other versions until you have like the version that you're satisfied with. So there's that too. So it just depends. But yeah, like there's probably a feature here in Clip Studio that does auto save. I just probably don't have it turned on. But I know the backup save is on. Because like the backup save is more like if your computer suddenly turned off or something, then you don't lose your progress from whenever the last backup save was. And so when you turn it back on, you just turn on the program, like you don't open up the main file, just turn it on, and it'll have a restore file that pops up for you to back your stuff, for you to actually save on. Let's do this. It'd be funny if I made like a joke where somebody knocks on her door and she answers and she'd be like, "Are you one of those people who keep trying to preach that Bible thing to me?" And they're like, "No, ma'am." And he's like, "Oh, okay, those people are weird." Could she be like a perfect candidate for the Bible? The churches are thick. But nah, she not into that. But she goes to church. Just not that kind of church. which church in their world is interesting, since there are actual gods in their universe, though not all of them are seen most of the time. It's like very rare. But they are, well, depends on how much time has passed, because it gets to the point where people forget that the gods exist. And like information is lost in time or erased suspiciously. It's one of those situations. Okay. Got all that. Conspiracy. She is a well-fed hen. Large and in charge, oh yes. Haven't decided how her measurements are, but she's certainly a big chicken. I'll probably have her taller than 6 feet. Doing that thing again. I'm really going to have to look into that option to see if I can tell it to stop doing that. I'll make sure to do that once the stream is over. Or it might be easier just to download the music and have that playing on my own player. But I'll look into seeing the option first, because it's better to play it off of YouTube, so that way the person's getting support. Try not to overshade her too much, unless I have to. So I'm trying to take into account her pose. There we go.
feathers are a pain in the ass, but they are nice to look at. Oh, you did? Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun to revisit. Like, I still remember his voice and everything. It's just been a while since I've seen the scene. I remember a long time ago somebody commissioned me to draw Templeton. I think it was like early 2000s. For feathers, I might soften the shading a bit, or erase some of it to look like feathers. Big tongue. Yeah, it's easier when you break things down into shapes to help you figure out what you're looking for. Yeah. Someone commissioned her to get drawn that way too. It's been a while since I looked at those. Because I have them in their own section. I don't really like the way I'm doing that, so let's just cover them back up. yeah, of course I'll enjoy it. Because he goes fucking crazy, drinking like all the soda, eating banana, popcorn, and he just keeps going around. Then the next morning, when he shows up, he's just completely out of it because he's so stuffed. And unfortunately, that's when Charlotte has laid her eggs. Yeah, it's definitely up there. I like the one where it's Bugs Bunny doing a spoof of Monty Python to a guy who's trying to be the top eater or something like that at a restaurant, and so Bugs has him eat literally everything, and all that's left is a Thin Mint. And the guy's like, no, I can't. He's like, oh, come on, it's just one little mint. And then the guy barfs. And then the winner ends up being like a skinny squirrel. And then, of course, there's the Monty Python thing. There's Tom being filled with water. Then there's the scene where Tom and Jerry go to like the savannah, and Tom meets a bunch of lions, and the lions are all like, "Oh yeah, you're our cousin," but then they stuff them full of food. And he's like, "Oh, you guys full?" And they're like, "Yeah." And it's like, "Good, now it's our turn to eat." And they were gonna eat them. I will say the lionesses in that scene were pretty hot, so there's that. But yeah, there's a number of weight gain cartoons. Like there's one old cartoon where I forget the name of it. It's not Blinky Bill. I think it was like I forget his name. I'll have to look it up. But there's like one cartoon where it's like a bunch of animal characters riding a balloon, and they have like a bunch of food with them, but they're like, oh no, we need to lose some weight in the balloon. So they got the smart idea that they should eat all the food, because then that would get rid of all the extra weight. And so they all eat all the food and get stuffed, and then realize that they didn't move the food at all. They just put it somewhere else. Oh really? There was a comic that did that. Yeah, there are a lot of fan comics too, or not fan comics, but just like, indie comics that do stuff like that. No, go away. I will stop when I am done with this picture. Yeah, I think a lot of my time was used just doing the line art for this. Oh, yeah, it's possible that it was an official one, because I mean it's Tom and Jerry. There's like little reason for them not to do stuff like that. Thank you. Glad you like it so far. Yeah, hopefully I can put out another card set next month. And I might be redoing some of the tarot card base cards. Make their artwork look nicer. Yeah, you can do it. Like, the hardest part of anything is just starting it, but once you start it, it's like a lot easier to do. Like, dramatically. Especially if you already know what you're doing, then it's just a matter of getting it done. That's good. Oh, thank you for the follow, Chipmunk Cyborg. We are at 99 followers. One more and then I'll draw sexy Pokemon next stream. Obviously can't show naughty bits, but I can still make them look nice. Or at least I can't draw the naughty bits on stream. I can do it elsewhere. Oh, it's Pokemon Smash or Pass stream? Oh god. Yeah, I should do that, huh? I should try making a Smash or Pass of my characters too. And let that be like community driven. That'd be fun. But yeah, should do that sometime. That'd be interesting. I'm curious on how many smashes I'll say. Because it's been a while since I looked at the entire list of Pokemon. I still find it funny where everyone started freaking out over like the Smash or Pass thing and they started doing it themselves. I'm like, are you guys seriously just now jumping on Smash or Passes? Like all the furries are just kind of like, man, you guys are late. But then of course, you know, if you're already a furry tuber, you might as well just capitalize on the situation. But it was just funny. Got over 1,000 Pokemon to work with, I know, right? Nearly 90% of my characters would get smashed. Well, good. It's like gets to Blake, just goes smash. Gets to Becky, long pause. Then I say smash. Smash some mons. I mean, some of them are furry bait. I just love that animation somebody made of the Vaporeon finding out that Vaporeons are the most compatible with smashing humans. I was like, God damn it. I draw them too sexy. Alright, you take care. Yeah, there's a number of artists that draw the Eevees fat and thick and all that. But then sometimes sometimes depending on how it's done, it can get a little bit too out of hand. Like when you make them big for the sake of big, and it doesn't really feel coherent. Like it doesn't fit very well. So there's like those situations. Especially if you're trying to like make a story out of it, then you gotta actually pay attention to whatever limits that you're giving your world. I think the biggest thing for me is when they make characters, like, I'm not talking about the artists that you're talking about, just like in general, where people make the world inconsistent with the character. So like you have the character, you know, big as a house, but then they can just fit inside with no issues. But then they try to like establish that the characters can't fit through doors or something like that, or break through walls or something, and I'm like, how did you get in the house then? If this was... Because, like, if you see the characters outside, and then they're suddenly inside, then you're like, wait, how did you get inside? If you suddenly start struggling through doors. So it's one of those things where it's just like, unless your comic or story or whatever is purely for comedy, then you kind of have to pay attention to stuff like that if you're trying to be serious with your characters. So it's just one of those things where you gotta pay attention depending on how you're portraying your world. Alright, so did all this. thicken some of this up a little bit. This should be fine. Okay, so past this step. Doorways are rubber. But the problem is that when they suddenly make them get stuck in doorways, and then they break the walls and stuff like that, then you can't say that the doorways are made of rubber. Like, it doesn't work anymore. Because at that point you're just cherry picking what works and what doesn't. Which is perfectly fine, but then you'll have a harder time explaining away whenever characters have a problem. Like, for example, if a character was suddenly able to fly, or is able to fly, but then they suddenly say like, oh no, I have a hard time getting to Antarctica for some reason, then it's like, why don't you just fly? You've already established you can fly, so what's the problem here? Like, my same issue happened with the series Once Upon a Time, where you have these powerful witches and all that shit, and then for some fucking reason they struggle to move clouds. And I was like, what? It's like you've literally ripped out hearts of people and cursed an entire village. How are moving clouds suddenly your Achilles heel? Well, no, like, you'll have characters who are like literally the size of like a 2-story building, but then they're able to get inside said 2-story building when the building is normal size. Like, the doorways are normal. And sometimes you'll see the characters break through doorways and shit, and other times you'll just see them get through with no problem. And there's like no explanation for it. And sometimes they'll go through the trouble of explaining the world where it's like, oh, you know, we have builders who rebuild the city every time big people break through the doorways. And I'm like, how often does this happen and how many big people are there? And then they'll try to say that in some ways the buildings like bend sideways or whatever whenever characters are walking through the city. So there's shit like that. And I'm like, okay, but you're making it harder to explain other things. Hockey zombie. I don't think I've heard that one. My cat just told me that I'm done drawing. That's cute. But yeah, it's just one of those things where you gotta really think about the limitations of your world. Like, for example, if I said, like, I mean, this is already a thing, but, like, there's advanced technology in my universe, but I have to explain away why it's not a constant thing characters are using. Or, like, how new is it, or how experimental it is. and there's like other lore that goes into it, but there's stuff like that I have to explain. So that way it's not like easily abused. Because like there's magic, but not everyone's a magic user. This would also allow certain characters to have jobs that go into those categories. Because that was like a thing in one comic where it had to do with magic, but they spend like the first few pages or so not explaining that the character's world is magical, and they would like, it was weird because they were tripping out over like certain things being able to be doable, but then they suddenly fly to school on a broom, and I'm like, wait, you just went through this entire thing questioning certain key points, but then you could just fly to school because you're magic, and it didn't make any sense. Like, what was it? Like, see, now I'm curious. What comic was that? I think I know which one. Yeah, it was Naked Penny. Yeah, because in the first few, well, that part's a dream. But like in the first few pages, like they're just going around making it look like, oh, you know, this is all normal, I don't have this. But like they show like small hints of like there might be magic, because you see like a broom on top of a shelf and like a crystal ball, but like nothing indicates that any of this is magical. And so they start freaking out over like, you know, minor things like, oh, you know, we're making this like coffee and stuff like that, or oh, I have a phone and stuff like that, or oh no, I'm late for work and stuff like that, or whatever. And then suddenly they pull out magic and they can just fly away. And it just makes no sense, because now that magic is established, you have to explain how there's any actual problems in the world. Like, I'll have to reread it just to make sure I know what the hell I'm talking about. But it's one of those situations where it's like, if you have magic and magic is common enough where nobody's questioning it, then how do you have problems? That can't be just magicked away. Like the Kiwi duel. I'm not sure what part of what I was saying came in nowhere. But yeah, like in Kiwi's thing, they should, like, when Eden puts them into that game world thing, they could technically get into the game thing without the need of Eden's aura. But yeah, like, Eden has that ability, and even Kiwi points it out, that she's aware that the ability exists and stuff like that. But like, if it was like other characters where it's like, let's make the characters feel pain through the card game type of thing, it's like, alright, we gotta establish that this character is capable of using such abilities and stuff like that. And if they are able to do it, then were they able to do it before, type of thing. Because like, for at least for Kiwi and the others, it was already established, hey, we're magical, we can, you know, make our fat go away, so that way we can do it all over again. Bing bang boom. That's their gimmick. But like in Marcy's case with Skylar, it's been established that Skylar has the ability to do so, but he does it so subtly, so that way it's not like overly abused. And one of the problems with the earlier, or not earlier problems, but like one of the things that people assumed was going to happen between Skylar and Tiffany in the neutral ending was that Skylar was just going to let her go and teach her a lesson. And I'm like, guys, he's doing this discreetly, he's not going to let her go. or at least not let her go without something happening. Because it's one of those things where I think people have read a lot of happy comics and get all sensitive whenever something violent happens or dark. So that was one of the things I had to worry about. Where I'm like, guys, this not all this is going to be happy. And plus, it made no sense for that scene to be happy. Because then it would just give away Skylar's ability, and then that would just cause issues. Because it's like, oh yes, I'm going to let people know that I have this ability. It would be like if you had the power to create money, and somebody found out that you could create money. Like, what would you do in that situation? Would you let them tell other people that you can do that, and then which would cause more problems? Like, you know, somebody might get the smart idea of hurting your family or something to get you to make more money for them. Like, it's one of those situations where it's like, you gotta think about the consequences. You create money. Well, it's like, once that gets found out and they tell them you can only make pennies, I mean, still, that's money. They ain't gonna give a shit. It's just one of those situations where it's like, you gotta think about the consequences. But again, that's more based on what kind of story you're trying to tell. Like, if you're just trying to suspend disbelief here and there, then it's like, okay. But you just gotta make it make sense. Like, you can take something that's comedic and still make the world believable. Kind of like in South Park, where they'll do like crazy antics or whatever, but then they'll later use it again. So, like, for example, Mr. Hanky, like, obviously he's a character that kept showing up during Christmas, but then when they actually needed him, they like set up the scenario so that way they could summon him. So they did that. Or when they did the whole superhero thing, and it wasn't like just a one-off thing, they kept doing it over and over for a while. Or like Kenny, you know, he dies. Sometimes they acknowledge that he dies, sometimes they don't. Which is funny because in the beginning they always acknowledge that Kenny dies. Like when Cartman was getting sued for his amusement park because Kenny died, and he was like, what? Kenny dies all the time. But then later on in the series, when Kenny dies, people seem to not remember, and it was like driving him crazy that nobody knows that he keeps dying and coming back. They retired Miss Sankey. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have by now. It's kind of like, okay, the joke's kind of played out. They could always bring him back though if they felt like it. It's like, it's his superpower, but it's like, to a degree, it wasn't. It was just more of like a thing that he did. Because in the beginning, they just had him die and he would just come back. There was like no reason for it. Then there's like, okay, like a demon has to do with it. But then it was like, okay, his parents were part of like a cult thing, and then now every time he dies, he comes back through his mom's womb. He was not PC, so he was kicked out of town and moved. What the fuck? That's a weird reason. But yeah, like, South Park is interesting because they can get away with like making up whatever fucking reasons they want. but they also keep it in continuity. Like when a character dies, they at least acknowledge it, or like, you know, reference it to some point. Like when they killed Piff, it was like so brief, like they even acknowledged it, but it was like, okay, Piff is dead. Or when Kenny died for a long period of time, and so they replaced him with either Timmy or Tweak, and sometimes Jimmy. But then when Kenny came back, it's like, oh, hey, Kenny, where have you been? And he just is around. And they just shrug it off as if he just came back and that was it. Damn it! I'll have to see more about what happened with Heidi, because I remember seeing her change over time and getting fat and all that, and then going crazy because she was basically becoming another Cartman. But that's probably why they changed her back, assuming they did. Because, you know, it's just another Cartman at that point. Okay, so did all that. Should be fine. Almost done. Kinda don't need all this space. Binge watch South Park from the beginning. That'll be fun. They have their website, so you can definitely do that. You know, it'd be really nice if I'm using the actual brush and not the eraser. Oh, thank you for this sub. Alola. Alola 1101. Thank you. Oh, Alola gave the sub to Captain Shotgun. There we go. But thank you. Yes, you're currently number 1. Aw. Yeah, maybe next stream I'll do like a Smasher Pass of Pokemon or Smasher Pass of Five Nights at Freddy characters. God help me on that. I'll be honest, if I did Five Nights at Freddy characters, I'm not gonna go through like the odd variants from the AR game, because there's no point. They're all There's nothing interesting about most of them, if not all of them. The only ones I'll acknowledge are like the twisted ones and stuff like that. And the book characters, I'm just like, why? I mean, the twisted ones are the only book characters that seem fun. But Eleanor, I think her name was. I was just like, why? It's like, how do we take Baby and just make her shitty? And then the Charlie in the books, or whatever the hell her name is, I'm just like, eh. She just seems so boring. But whatever. If I ever do that, that'll be a thing to think about. That's good. Glad you're able to finish him. I'm still a little ways from finishing this. Getting closer though. We're almost to the end steps. Smasher Pass, Has-Been Hotel, and Hell of a Boss characters. That'd be a good one. Trying to light up the relevant areas. Some of this probably wouldn't have the lighting that it has, but whatever. Yeah, it'd be fun to try to figure out effects for this character, for card. I'll have to make a bit of an update card for Marcy and Skylar, because they have the iHat name in their title. So I'll probably adjust theirs so that way they can have their normal names, but still count as iHat cards. Because that was before I thought of the tag idea. Face a little. Brighten up your areas. I should probably save. I was like, wait, something's wrong here. I was like, oh, I should save. Need Mr. Rossetti next to me to yell at me to save every so often. Okay. Next. It would be fun to see this character go to like a beach. And she gets like a nice swimsuit. But like her feathers are like overlapping most of it. Probably not for this pick, because it's not really necessary. Because this is more of like character art. But there'll probably be versions of her that have her bits showing. Just depends on the situation. Because I think normally you wouldn't see anything because everything's covered up in feathers. But if I felt like making an art set of her to be risque, then I'll just throw them in there just for the hell of it. Probably have like them peeking through feathers or something. Like there's nothing keeping me from doing it. Why don't chicken breasts have nipples? Because they poke a hole in the package. What the hell? Wears like old-fashioned polka dots. Yeah, she would wear that, like a polka dot swimsuit, and a nice bandana to keep her head from getting too hot or something, or for like shade. But yeah, like I don't have a problem drawing her with her bits showing, but I think normally you wouldn't see them because they're covered in fluff or in feathers. But if I want her to be risque, then I don't have a problem drawing it. Could be like one of those weird logic things where it's like you don't see it on a normal day, but behind closed doors they're seen. Because it could be like the Sabrina Online thing where the characters are wearing pants that are the same fur pattern as the character, because that would excuse how some characters are naked but you're not seeing any bits. Because like my character Mia, she's naked and she walks around with her bits showing, or Kitsune walks around with her bits showing. Okay, so got all of that. You ever bought chicken breast with nipples at a store? Nope. So close to being done. We're on the last parts, and then I just gotta give her a background. Eventually I need to go through the characters and give more info, more bios. It's been a while since I've done any of those. Bunny, Mummy, and Jackal walks around with her bits show. What about Sabrina? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Sabrina from that does that. I've been reading that comic since I was 13, 12. I remember coming across it randomly online, and then I binge read the entire series. And then I have the hardback books. And I currently read the stuff that they put out. Yeah, that could be a good idea. That's like the running joke for a lot of them. Because then there's like Elsa from Interspecies Reviewers, who has a big dick and she fucks the angel. What's his name? Krim, I think his name is. Or their name is, since they're hermaphrodite. I don't like the way I did those. What's this brush? There we go. Oh, if Plum was put in that situation, she would show the hyena who's bigger. She would definitely dominate. Okay. Shine up some areas. I don't even know what the hell this stuff is supposed to. I think it's just to boost skin. I need to educate myself. Cobb. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was. Huh. So Cobb's cool. Yeah, it's got a cob on the top part of their heads, and it's used to cool off birds or off chickens. I have learned something today. Oh no. I'm pretty sure that's like the same material though. Or the same flesh and all that. But yeah, I have learned something today. And someday in the future, this random knowledge will come into play. Alright, take care. Have a good morning. A little bit of shine on this. Not too much. Yeah, those I've seen. I just didn't know what it was called on the top of the head. And this probably doesn't need this detail, but I'm going to do it anyway. Part of me wants to do it on the wings. It doesn't need it. I think it's fine the way it is. I wanted to do it for the tail though. Okay. Add a little shine to these. There we go. Alright, all that's left is to do this. Sure it's overlay that I'm looking for. There you go. That way it darkens some areas that need it. Finally, add in some blur. Between 3 and a 4. Oops, wrong button. It's not 100%, but this part's annoying me. Because this is at 100%. Barely notice it. I don't even think the average person would be zooming in this far. I'll leave it in as a 4. Like I said, we're not meant to zoom in that far. Even if we did, it's like probably not even going to pay attention to that anyway. Oh, it's got the waddle. Yeah, sometimes I forget the names, I just know what they do. Okay, so she's pretty much done. Now I just need to give her some background. Close these. Or I'll have her original up. So here's her original, and here's my version. Try to do my best. And give her some mild background, because I don't want to take away from her. Let's try this. probably shorten this a bit. Yeah, let's do that now. Just trying to leave enough room for her card. Yeah, should be okay. Ooh, I like that. Might use that one. Yeah, let's use lightning for this. And then let's try this. You're biased with a super chunky. Yeah, I just made her put on a little bit more weight from her original. I haven't looked at rabbits in a while, but that's funny. I could totally see that. No, they just plop right out. Okay. Let's merge. Or how does this look on the bottom? It's pretty much the same. Let's merge these two. I want to put a texture on top of it. I need to get into animation again, because I would totally animate her like going to a beach and then having the chunky theme going and just seeing big old hips swaying. Let's see, what texture do I want to throw on top of this? Nothing crazy, but just I can probably do something with this. Waiting. Thank you.
that's a blur. That is the wrong blur. That's fine. The clouds seem to be blurred. Nah, they're fine. And just for the hell of it, let's add this. And there we go. Basically done. Let me just throw this on top. Yay, we're done. So yeah, there's the original and there's my version. This was nice. So yeah, maybe I'll have her appear in the next card set. Since it has to do with the Creamfield girls, so might as well add in a few characters that have to do with food. Thank you. Wow, I went a lot longer than I intended. Think I will forego doing the late night stream tonight since I kind of did that yesterday. Yeah, I will get back to the normal schedule on Tuesday, and hopefully it'll just be everything will be normal from there on. Cause I think the only time I will not stream, let me see if the date has anything to do with it. No, it won't interfere. But yeah, I will have her up. And let me turn this back on. I will have her up a little later, and I'll probably I'll post the other character from yesterday as well on public sites. But yeah, this was good. I'm glad to update another character. I will finish up working on Black Circus tonight, and then I'm gonna focus solely on working on the poll winners, so those should be done probably tomorrow or Tuesday. And yeah, I will go on from there. So thank you everybody for coming for the stream. Yeah, this was pretty long one, 4 hours. Thank you everybody for coming, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. All right, you guys take care. Bye bye.